Hello. Hello. I have a new microphone. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hello. I am happy with my new mic after a successful test on the weekend and also streaming in higher resolution. I'm attempting that as well since we were able to do that without any issues. Because I think when I did that, when I tried streaming the higher resolution before, that's when I was having like the memory leak issue and my CPU usage was just way too high. Or my memory usage rather. But now that that's fixed, I can do more intensive things without my computer dying on me, which is great. So I have that plus the new microphone so we sound better and we look better. So that's all great. It's a win-win. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it all looks and everything. And comparing this particular stream of the Great Ace Attorney to previous ones where I did it in 720. So I just want to see the difference. It's gonna look much better. But yeah. I had a pretty uneventful weekend aside from testing the mic and everything. I I was forced to not play any more Final Fantasy XIV today because servers are down for maintenance today. A new patch drops tomorrow, I believe, or very shortly. And maintenance is running for today, so I cannot do all my stuff. And of course, right when I get into like a super, I get into the mind where I really want to like grind and stuff and get the best gear and everything. That's when maintenance comes up, but it's okay. And also, I'm considering making an alt account on another server too. I am insane. Going to play. I'm like, how many hours do I have in 14 right now? I am at 134.9 hours. And I'm thinking about doing it all over again on another account in another server so I can play with more people. Because I have friends who play on different servers and I don't want to have to. Um, I mean, yeah, doing the whole thing all over again can be a bit overwhelming, but hello, Bet. How are you doing? How's it going? Um, but yeah, I think I'm gonna make an alt account on 14. I've toyed with the idea a lot. And it sounds a bit overwhelming having to go through all that leveling and questing all over again, but it is what it is. It's all for playing with different people, and you know what? It'll be fine. But how are you doing, Bet? Um, yeah, other than testing the mic and 14 on stream, it was pretty uneventful. I slept in way too late yesterday. Since they're pulling in the beginning of yeah. Your son some Madoka Magic. Like, I've not watched Madoka since in like 10 years. That was one of the first anime that I watched while aware it was anime. Because I started watching my first anime while conscious of it back in like 2013. And I think Danganronpa anime, Attack on Titan Season 1, Free, Oron, and Madoka Magica were kind of like the ones I started out with. And then I think I kind of got away from it. There's a new movie coming out. I might need to get back into it. I only ever watched the main series. I never watched any of the movies. I probably should. It might be a good time. 10 years and Homura travels into the future to revive her. You know what? That was technically, in this way, that was probably my first GL. Well, I don't know if I don't think it's technically considered GL. But my first sapphic media that I've ever consumed, or at least one with heavy sapphic implications. My explanation of how they're getting a movie right now. Okay. I don't really remember how like the timeline and everything works. I remember like just like the very general plot details. I could rewatch it, but I'm not a rewatcher because there are so many new things. They confirm they have feelings for each other. Nice, nice. We love that. We love that. Um, but there's so many new things that I need to, I'm trying to get caught up on. I'm actually trying my best to stay caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm caught up on that. In the anime, not in the manga. I'm like 50 chapters behind on the manga, but I feel like I don't even need to read it since Twitter just spoils everything, so I may as well be reading it vicariously. um, but yeah, I'm finally getting caught up on Horimiya as well. I didn't watch the new season of that, but now I'm getting around to it. And then I'm gonna get back into Better Call Saul. I really need to get back into that.
It skipped over in the previous movie, but we love it. We love it. Let's go. Mm-hmm. We'd love to see it. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, Better Call Saul. That's probably the next show that I'm gonna try to actually get caught up. Confirmed in a side manga. Hey, side manga still, if it's still official content, it's still official in my mind. There's like a knot in my necklace. Wait, no, it's just a bigger loop. It's like all sideways.
But that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah. Better Call Saul. I need to get back and because I think last week or something or a few days ago marked 10 years of the Breaking Bad finale. Um, and that was cool. And I miss watching that show for the first time. I feel like that's a show I wish I could watch for the first time again, Breaking Bad. And I'm probably gonna feel the same way about Better Call Saul once I'm done with it. um, yeah, I don't feel that way about too many shows, but when I do, it's like, yeah. I think the things that I wish I could watch for the first time again would be Breaking Bad, Yell House, Skate the Infinity, Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter was kind of surprising. Like, uh, I don't know. I was very into it when I was watching it years ago, and I don't really think about it too often now. But I do look back fondly on my time of watching it. It's probably the anime that has made me cry the highest number of times. I cried a total of 5 times throughout the 148 episode thing. Um, but yeah, it might just be also because of the length. That's just why I had more opportunities to cry, and I don't really cry that often with like shows and games and stuff. Which is also why I was very surprised last week when we finished case 2 of this game, and it just made me so upset, like out of nowhere. I just like started crying like a baby. Oh, Rinosuke, my little gay boy. Doing it for him. But it's okay. We are gonna do it for him. And Ryunosuke is gonna find his own path as a lawyer, because Kazuma told him that a lawyer needs to believe in himself above all things. And so that's what he's gonna do and fight for what he believes in court, even if his client is not innocent. He's still gonna fight for what he believes in. Kind of like how Edgeworth was in Ace Attorney 2 going forwards, now that I think about it. Because Edgeworth was, I guess, being raised in the kind of like Von Karma mindset that's like perfection or nothing. Um, and did he have a perfect record leading up to Phoenix? I think he did, if I'm not mistaken, or at least close to it. But yeah, being raised in the Von Karma school of law basically demands perfection and nothing else. And I guess meeting Phoenix, kind of rethinking what it means to be a lawyer, fighting for the truth rather than for getting the verdict that is more favorable to your position. Man, I love Edgeworth. He grew so much in such a short time, and I love it. Man, I miss him. I miss him very dearly. I'm excited for the Ace Attorney, for the Apollo Justice ports. Although if they are full price on release, I am not paying $70 for the ports, so I might get them when they're on sale. But I've said this before, it'll be good where I don't need to squeeze in AA4 in the week before P3 Reload. Because we will be dropping everything for Persona 3 Reload once it arrives. And we will play on February 2nd. February 2nd will mark 1 year since I finished Persona 5 Royal, and I intentionally finished it on that date because I was told something would happen on that date, and it hurt my feelings. On the medical content, is recommending from like 9 years ago, and then there's just 3 weeks ago. Nice, nice. Yeah, I was thinking about Persona 5 today. When do I not think about Persona 5? Let's be real. But later this month is gonna mark a year since I started playing it, because it was like October 21st or 22nd of last year. Because it was like a week before my birthday it came out. My birthday's at the end of this month. You can't DM me? Oh no! Oh, sorry. Yeah, feel free to just share it in Discord. What was I gonna say? What was I saying? Yeah, a year of Persona 5. Man, it does not feel like it's been a whole year. Maybe because the game took so long and it took over so much of my brain, and it's just has not left my brain. I still think about it pretty much every single day. And finishing it on February 2nd, the day of all that happening in Royal, is also going to be mark 1 year since I finished the game, and it's going to be the release of what's it? Reload, yeah. Anyways, let's hop into the game. Let's hop on in. I want to see if we can finish the first game this week.
You're back.
You're back. Hello, Cam. How are you doing? Thanks for being here. How's it going? But I'm gonna try to finish. I don't know how long the rest of the first game is gonna take. I'm assuming the last case is gonna be longer because they typically are in these games. But I'm not able to stream tomorrow night. I have a conflict tomorrow night. But if we don't finish this game, the first game, by Thursday, I'll add an extra stream over the weekend. Hello, mostly lurking because Stardew. I need to play Stardew. It's getting like a new patch, right? That's another game that I always meant to get around to, and my brain forgore. Final Fantasy XIV has been on the brain, although I've been forced to step away from it today because of maintenance. Still able to launch off an alert here and there. Nice, nice. Also, I increased the Kiryu volume alert, but I could only bump it up a tiny bit. I could only bump it up like a decibel, other before it would like max out like the wavelength or whatever. So it's not terribly loud, but still a little startling. The day after I started this file, I saw the teeth for the next patch. Ooh, nice, nice, perfect timing. All right, let's go to courts. Let's defend my boy. Yeah, how old is the game? It's a few years old now, right? It's older than Animal Crossing New Horizons, right? And they're not updating New Horizons anymore, but if they're still updating Stardew, good for them. 7 years! Oh my god! Still! That's wild. Like February. 7 years in February, wow. Still getting new content, good for them. Alrighty. Now we are going into defend our boy. Gonna review everything. We got our Soseki Natsume. We're defending him, and we're gonna do it right. We're gonna believe in him and in ourselves, because that's the lawyer way. Also, if you can hear squeaking, I apologize. That's my boom arm clamp is in an unfortunate place, and if I like swivel my chair back and forth like I tend to do, it might just go in and out, like move along like the little hole that it's in. Oh, sorry about that. But yeah, here's my pathetic little baby girl. I want to give him a hug. He needs a hug, or just all he needed was just someone in his corner. Now he has Ryunosuke and company. Anyways. Oh, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Oh yeah, we were literally just yesterday. 2 days ago. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. So does that mean, were all these cases lined up ahead of time for Kazuma? I'm wondering. Because if this is meant to be a study tour, looks like we're doing a lot of law without much of the studying. I mean, I guess you do learn by doing, but being thrown into a defense case like this seems like a bit much. And I guess this is going with the assumption that the lawyer on the tour had been practicing longer, like Kazuma, but still. This being put in charge of like pretty hefty cases like this, that seems a bit much for a study tour. You're literally putting people's lives in your hands while you're in training. Great design.
In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Can't we be like an intern or something? Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. And it could be life-changing. Exactly! That's what I'm saying! In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning. Who's this? Oh, hi. Oh, his eyes. They were not that bloodshot yesterday, were they? Or last time we saw him. He did not sleep at all, huh? Either it's because he didn't, like, we weren't zoomed in enough on him, but I feel like his eyes were not that red yesterday. I guess yesterday in-game, I mean.
Oh,
Yeah.
are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink! And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
Aww. I really hope this turns out well, and he is saved, and by saved I mean doesn't die, even if he's found not guilty. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance! Oh yeah, because he's the cat guy. Didn't he write, I am a cat? Because isn't Natsume the guy in BSD that turns into a cat? Like the guy that kind of helped establish like the triad organization thing? Too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this! I can't take it! Although, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Well, do you know why did I just... Oh, great. I got a notification saying my battery is low, which it most certainly is not. I guess my computer still thinks the battery's, like, dying when it's not. But it won't shut off because I have it set to not turn off if it detects the battery is low. A little computer gaslighting. Do you know why that might be? Is it because it's a Japanese defendant and can have an impact on international relations?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
Or who even is the victim? So that all-knowing look on your face is just a coincidence then, is it? Do we even know the victim's name? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Oh yeah, he also just came back to court. Lord Van Zeeks, is that right, Miss Sato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it!
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Was he planned to come back for the purpose of this study tour? If these cases were meant to be a part of the study tour? Or are they meant to be just like trials or tests for Ryunosuke? Because didn't, what's his name, Stoneheart or whatever, what was his name? What was the dude's name? Yeah, Strongheart. Didn't he say this was kinda... Yesterday's case was meant to be a test as to whether he can actually take on this study tour? I'm wondering just how much of the original plan that we are following and how much is being changed for Ryunosuke. Hello, Oof Noise. My service is terrible. Oh no, it's okay. No worries. No worries. I hope you're doing alright. Got new Vlet! Congrats! That's awesome! Nice! Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're also speculating various answers.
Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us!
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we also forget that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true.
Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor.
It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Oh, Sosuke, it's okay. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers.
I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky liar alive! And, well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we'll always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. I am in your debt forever! I shall never forget this great kindness. Oh. Counsel for the defense, hi. Is it time? Court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright, here we go. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! Oh, I really hope this ends well. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. Alright, first point of psychic damage. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. This time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. I'm gonna make you proud. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Okay, I'm gonna take his face out of the corner, because, the health bar is gonna show up in the corner. Sorry, Kazuma. Alright, here we are. Hello, Santa. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Also, I'm checking my FPS. I see it drops a bit whenever I switch scenes, but I'll watch how it looks on the VOD and see if it, like, slows down at all. He's got his little cape up. The Nipponese are truly truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical. Oh, right, there's one for the racism counter.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san.
Yes. Get his ass.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Ooh. Oh man, he's already drinking. Alrighty. What are we toasting to this time, buddy? Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Who's responsible for that, though? Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Oh yeah, I would have had to go to jury duty today if I was summoned, but I didn't have to go! So I can watch this fictional trial with more joy now. You. It's that guy, Mr. Fairplay or whatever. How are you already? You were summoned as a witness 2 days ago, and today you're on the jury? How is it allowed? Alright, I had decaf coffee. I'm trying to trick my brain, so I had some decaf. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe fair play. But I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow.
And the maid, too. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No, okay, this is the other guy, too, from the, it was the Bard Brawler dude. So we know 3 of these jurors. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. So we know 3 of these jurors. Interesting. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Oh! Alright, there's our first yeeting of the glass. Plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst, bloody oath they are. Oh yeah, the knife, it was a knife murder the other day. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those, oh my god, woman. Come on now, let's get this over with. Oh my god, dude! Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Really making, just drawing conclusions solely because he's Japanese, wow. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. You get those, like, mass-produced or something? Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Alright, well, bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Is it Gregson? He gets his chips on the stand. How legal is it to drink during a trial? This is Ace Attorney, so even though the law is the focal point here, it kind of bend the reality of the law in these games. Although it could be blood, since he is very vampiric. Who's to say? Maybe this is the blood of his the people he gets convicted. They have been called his sacrificial lambs. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Do please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? So this is the victim. Olive. Okay, Olive. Olive Green. My voice is still warming up, so... The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. Does she not have, do we have any, like, relatives or anything? That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. Does she not have any, like, friends or family that can, like, identify her? And does she have anybody that's worried about her? So they don't even know who she is for sure. What if it's Mary? What if her real name is Mary? And she's the one who put the note in the book. I don't know. But her comatose, I see, but her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. Court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Alright. Let's take a little peek at those. Oh yeah, examine that. Young woman rendered unconscious, falling stabbed in the back, olive green, female, student, Rolly beat. Remains unconscious, her name was gleaned from her personal effects, other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. I'm guessing this, Rolly beat is gonna be our witness. Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the streets now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
And the scragged-looking Sosuke-san, I suppose. Common old garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts this blade as evidence. Alright. Let's look at that, too. Alright. No inscriptions on it. If we flip it out, there's no blood on it. I mean, they did say this was extracted from her back. And I guess they could have wiped it, but why would they if it's evidence? Because the knife we had in the other trial, the previous one, still had blood on it. Huh. Interesting. And the tip is dull. That's kind of odd. And after going through and looking through my Rise from the Ashes VODs again, with the dull knife blade.
A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
I don't think she can feel much of anything right now, but that's interesting. How would it come off? Is that the only point of interest? Alright, I suppose. Hey. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems likely she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? Afraid I couldn't say. He said me and Sosuke said he never saw her before. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Yes. Why are you raising your hand like that, buddy? If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that? In a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
I mean, he's right. But that's how a lot of these What? up and just went, yeet. He just like flicked it. Wow, what a waste of wine. Oh my god. Every new animation I see of this man just makes me go feral. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. There's that fruity little point. But it's you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Alrighty. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There's this unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. That was being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and found the bloke to arrest him. But we found the receipt. Yeah, I had to have picked up the books though, right? Or at least maybe left some behind, because we found the receipt of the books in his room. Maybe if we get the titles and they don't match the what's on the receipt, that can be our evidence. We'll press that. Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Ow, where's the blood? Ah yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Where's the blood? Yeah, this is kind of sus. There was no blood on the knife, and now there's no blood here. Is this staged? Is this a setup? Take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Alright, fuck you. No blood. Book 1, 2, 3. 3 books. But if he was behind her, if he ran in the other direction, behind her, why would one of, his books be in front of her?
Teammates! Friends!
Friends!
To hell,
To
with
hell
that!
with that!
Hi, Jasons. How are you doing? How's it going? Why would one of his books be in front of her if he ran in the opposite direction? If he was, like, scrambling to run away and everything? No? That doesn't add up. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the I wouldn't call it overwhelming evidence, my dude. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. Yeah, get his ass, Susato! Let's go!
What are you doing, Miss Susato? I'm calling out this fucker. Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from her. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my! A photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Digital photography? What does digital even mean? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused, and apparently the witnesses too. In other words, there is nobody else who could have stabbed the woman. What about the witnesses? What is this? A fact that the accused concedes. Nah. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I'll have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alrighty. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon and an unusually light fog. A light fog, you say? Was there an ominous piano in the background? You're lucky television hasn't been invented yet, otherwise that could have been really bad for her. Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. In my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Oh boy, it's decided I should definitely remember to stop, look and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Fuck you. Alright, visibility reasonably good. What about the witness? The witness! Are we able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have to— So the witnesses were on the scene, though. Doesn't that make them on the scene? Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Doesn't that make them present on the scene, though?
One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am. We must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. Wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter? It would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen— I'm unaware of the situation on your oh my god. Here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of the cross-examination. Whoa! It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Stabbed from behind and then collapsed. From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose, no less? Afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. Is she in the court record at this point? Okay. Alright, she is. It's hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement. It wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. He's trying his best. Scattering his belongings. Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. The books. But again, why would one of the books be in front of her? Yes, the 3 books on the floor. Right, my lord, second-hand books, they wouldn't it technically be the ground if it's outdoors, though? Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He is very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape he might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room is stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Okay. First, a second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. Little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearsham Street. Happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means, it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Okay. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Ah. I mean, based on the map, we got the location. Oh wait, the name! Hold on. Maybe the name. What's the name on the receipt? Your Books! That's not the bookstore that he went to. Nope. Name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. He wasn't at that bookstore. He was at a different bookstore. Sir, my lord, whatever you say. Did that man B anymore? What is that? Is that like a Chandler Bing thing that he's doing there? I was never a huge fan of Friends. That might be a controversial, but I watched it in high school and everybody else was watching it because I felt like I needed to fit in and like it was alright, I guess, but not like the best thing I've ever watched, you know?
Objection!
Oops, sorry. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. Look at him! He's finding all the niche places.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, where is your books located?
I have the street map here, if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. Where is your books? If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, you would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if you take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, your books may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said?
Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books, it's just here on the next corner of Meersham Street going east. So I guess they're gonna say he could have easily gone this way and this way to make it it's kind of like moot. Although I guess it would be slightly longer to go around the other side. But he could have gone another way. As you can clearly see now... Oh. Yeah. What are we toasting to? My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown! Oh my god! You are not a clown. You are the entire circus. I can't believe that! I can't believe we actually have the prosecutor saying something similar to that. To your future To your future career. You are in training for being a clown. Maybe one day you can become the entire circus.
You're Junus.
And then maybe one day you can work at Junus. Oh my god. When did the you are not a clown, you're the entire circus meme come about? I feel like it's an older meme, and it predates this game. What are the odds that the translators are aware of that meme and put a little reference to it in this game?
Put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you.
Oh yes, steal it from him and chug it, Susato. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. The accused is coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. So no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Ow. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! Rip. Add one to the Ryunosuke death counter. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I've had enough of this now. Having 3 familiar jurors is kind of sus. That's the guy, yeah, because this is the guy that we saw arguing with the Shakespeare dude, right? And then we got Joan the maid and Mr. Fairplay, Bruce Fairplay. Beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
He's absolutely right.
We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Sosuke-san must have passed the location, I mean, it's not necessarily true that he would have passed it. He could have gone the long way. What's on Calabash Road? Is there anything there that he would have gone by? I mean, it would take longer to go this way, to go down this way, but it's possible. It's not impossible. And is there something else on the other side, on the other street that he would have wanted to pass, maybe? I don't know. Let's object and just say, wait, it's still possible that he could have gone another way. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. And what if the door to your books is on Calabash Road? Ooh. Yeah. Hold on. Is there an address? There is not. So it doesn't say what road it's on. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens! He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Maybe he wants to take the scenic route, you know? On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. Also, very thing that I was thinking, unrelated to anything. When he slams his fist on the desk, it has the same sound effect as, in the other games, when, like, Phoenix and Edgeworth would, like, slam their desk. But when Ryunosuke slams the desk, it's like a little light tap. It's like a little baby tap. And I think that's funny. Because he's just a little fledgling lawyer. And he's still trying to come into his own.
Objection!
His table slams need to get more forceful. And I'm sure they will with more experience. Aha! Yes, I've got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside and wander aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! Death number 2. He's gonna do his gay little curtsy. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense... Oh my god, are they all... Alright, are they all in agreement? Really? I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it! Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? Alright, is it time to do the infighting thing? In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury. Present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Oh my...
Guilty.
They all... Ooh,
Guilty.
Guilty!
they all have
Guilty.
voices.
Guilty!
They all have voices. That was a short trial and we barely considered any evidence. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. Let's do, what is it, the summary examination or whatever? To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Summation examination, let's do that.
Mr. Naruhodo?
I call for a summation examination! No, not yet. This isn't over yet. Still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. Have to turn this around, somehow. Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. Can wait for Nuvolette to have a fashion artifact set that works for him? What do you mean? Does his best in slot artifact, like, is it not, like, super tailored for him? So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. The only good Hydro damage artifact I have is from Nahida set. Oh. Oh, is that the EM set? What is it, Gilded Dreams? Are you going for like an EM build on him? I don't know like what kind of like role he plays in. I know he's a DPS, but like, does he work better in certain comps as opposed to others? Like, who are his best teammates? Teammates? Friends! Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course, I'm ready. I'm all too familiar. See, yeah, this is not an impartial jury. Because he's just mad that I threw out the possibility that he may have been lying the other day. And the maid's not gonna like me for working with Herlock to point out what went down in her apartment. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please explain on what grounds you've determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake. He admitted it himself. He did not. He said he was there. He didn't say he stabbed him. He said that woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why, it can only have been the victim. Man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes, nice shot, that. Bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. What? Are you saying he's guilty based on his choice of bookshop? Just because he does... Wait, no. Oh, yours a good one, never mind. But yeah, oh my god. He literally does not give a shit about the trial. At least he says that he's admitting the defendant has good taste in bookshops. With only minor exceptions, the reasoning for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. But when the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant fled the scene. Say it, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Why do you have to run away like that?
How am I supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. You want to force the trial to continue?
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
All right. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lords. Woo! Just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it! Let's go! You got this! Alrighty. Alright, I didn't see any obvious sort of contradictions. A woman in green collapsed before his eyes. wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Attacked from behind. He doesn't care. Bookshops. I gotta press them, I believe. Let's press them one by one or until something comes up. He did not admit to stabbing her. He admitted to seeing her collapse. Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. Oh my god, that's the same pose that Phoenix does! If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me nonstop, so this is just personal. They're going for an EM damage build, trying to get Hydro, Attack, and EM. HP is part of his kit too. Okay. Yeah, HP Hydro scaling seems to be the trend these days, or lately. Like, I think every single Hydro character has some, aside from Child, has some degree of Hydro scaling in their kit. Or HP scaling. No, I don't think Mona does she? I don't know. Most of them do, actually. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. So you can just decide for yourself and not listen to facts. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history.
Oh dear. I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to have seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little... Oh, I'm starting to think. The other guy's wearing green though, right? The juror number 6 is wearing green and he's talking about bookstores. Maybe... Are we proposing the possibility that maybe juror number 6 was the guy in green that collapsed? Let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly. Claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll tell you what's going through my... Yeah, racist bitch. I do declare that the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. I want to press juror number 6. Argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. Ah. I gotta press number 6, I believe. Because he wears a green overcoat and he's talking about bookshops. Did he go to a bookshop yesterday? Did he go to your books yesterday? Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. I'm touching his boyfriend's badge. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you will see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. He could have been the person that slipped and fell. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. You sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It very, very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick. No, I'm quite alright now. So he's a guy in a green overcoat that fell. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. He said he fell on Calabash Road, which was here. But the other lady fell. We're gonna say that if he fell on this road and he's wearing a green overcoat, that could have been the person that Mr. Natsume saw fall. And that way we can say Mr. Natsume may have gone this way after all. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
Must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly.
Alright. Cause, Natsume didn't say what street he saw her fall on, did he? I want to press the rest of them and see what they have to say. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean, was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's... so he could have gone the other way. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, he'd want to get home as quickly as possible. He doesn't know the way he went. He could have, if he saw someone fall. Alright, we'll go green overcoat. The only thing that makes sense is he went home along Briar Road. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I just didn't make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. Reason why he may have taken the longer way. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. He doesn't remember what way he took. Let's start with, somebody in green falling. Or would it be, that be evidence to him going the other way? But I think... What work were you doing? Was he doing construction on... Seemed like, was he doing sort of construction maybe on Briar Road? I don't know. Let's see what kind of work he's talking about. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too. So is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids. I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. Half the cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day the- which road were you digging? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? That's right. Mearsham Street it was. Mearsham Street. Yeah, if he did construction on Mearsham, he wouldn't have gone home that way. Add that to your statement, buddy boy. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. If he went the other way, I'll start by presenting this guy against the juror number 3, and then 2 against number 6, because I'm wondering if the conclusion from number 5 and 3's conflicting is what we need to say that he would go that way and see the other guy fall. So let's pit you against you.
Attention.
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now were extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And, hiccup, on that same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable. Which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mearsham Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course! What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop. But, see now, that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Alright. Hello, Echo! How are you doing? You have good and bad news. Oh no! Congrats on the good news, but sorry about the bad news. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, right then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in. That's what I say. Welcome back. Nice. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. You bought the Cyberpunk DLC. Ooh, nice. Dishes are washed. Let's go. We love that. We love getting tasks and stuff done. You feel like, oh no, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better soon. I hope you get better. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. And now jurors number 2 and 6. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. And I'm wondering if I had to do 3 versus 5 first, as opposed to 2 versus, and then, I don't know. But in one, you have service. You're surprised you have service, wow. They added a tower ending. Is that a Persona reference? Is that a Mara reference? Cause I know Mara is of the Tower Arcana. Then Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's why we have to prevent, by whatever means we have it, or just, I feel like my voice is only just now starting to warm up. I don't know why. My voice feels kinda not great. No justice, Sag. I kinda wanna play Cyberpunk. It's on my massive list of backlog. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. The only thing that stopped me from playing Final Fantasy 14 all day was that it was on maintenance today. Oops. Alright, we're gonna hit you. Versus you.
Objection.
Alright. You only get like 100. Oh no! Yeah, there's so much nudity. There's a filter. That's okay. That's good. Cause I played Baldur's Gate 3, and I have nudity turned off on that, and I'm fine. Yeah, if I can just dial it down a little bit, that'll be fine. I played like 30 minutes of Baldur's Gate 3 today. I'm slowly making more progress. And yesterday, yeah, I spent literally all day yesterday playing Final Fantasy 14. And I'm already thinking about making an alt account on another server so I can play with more people. But today's maintenance day, so I can't make any progress in that. A flaw? What are you talking about, Council? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Why, whatever do you mean, sir? The DLC is 37 gigabytes. Holy shit! That's huge. Oh my god. Isn't there that there is a general editor in Baldur's Gate for sure. There you have A through E for one option. You have 5 options for you have 5 different Schlongus options and 3 different Cooch options. So that's fun. But I did not look into that at all. Not in my good, pure Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. The DLC is literally bigger than Persona 5 Royal. Really? Wow.
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything.
There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. It's 24 gigs. I guess considering the length, I would have thought it would be bigger than that, but I guess there's not like a ton of like new assets that you get throughout the game, or that are used throughout the game, just different palace layouts. But like in the overworld, it's like pretty much the same throughout the game. So I guess it makes sense as to why that wouldn't be big. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way.
Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Nuh-uh.
Can I really be sure of that, madam?
Why, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. You gotta go?
No worries, Echo. Have a good night.
That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over in the icy streets in the neighborhood, because this is an anime game and we all wear the same outfits every day. Because if he's wearing a green overcoat now, that means he was wearing one yesterday and the day before that and the day before that. Throat burns? Oh no! Take care of yourself, do what you gotta do. Please get some rest. Do what you gotta do to make yourself feel better. My goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? You know what, I do need a pee, actually. On that note, I will be back in a moment. Thank you for that great cue, juror number 6.
I'm back. I've returned. Let us continue the trial.
Oops, sorry. Forgot to, go back. Oopsies. History. My bad, my bad. I'll go through the history. I'm sorry. Alright. I went to pee. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, yes, Ryunosuke needs to go pee. He needs to go piss, girl. We know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell, on Calabash Road. Therefore, the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly... crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. I am a little concerned, though, for going with that, because if it was on the edge of Briar Road, he may not have seen, like, the exact moment of it happening, but, like, he still could have, like, ran by and been seen running by. I don't know. But we'll see where this goes. Oh my! Yeah. Idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, would you boxed us off hours ago? Well, we wouldn't have gotten to the truth. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk these streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Yeah, justice for my man, juror number 6. Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? Yeah, I think you look so slay in that overcoat. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... Like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. Dears, I do declare. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Nice. Let's go! Yeah! Nice. Trial continue, baby. Oh, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it, not guilty, they say. Starting to find better positioning for, like, my chair and everything with this new mic. I can't have my arms down for, like, armrest if I want to, like, be up close to the mic. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. I will continue.
Objection!
Oh, God. What are you toasting? Oh, are you gonna throw that thing or smash it? Smashing, baby. Smash. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. This petty man! Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Bro! Eh? Whatever do you mean? Bro. I haven't tricked anyone! Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Doesn't Britain use the metric system? Or am I making that up? Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? I love his little fruity limp wrist point. And he just did a, well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it, what a waste of time! No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Yes, just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far— oh, okay, fuck you. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah! Is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Can we see the titles of the books? And Old Man. Cold Man, you can talk! You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? I can't say I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Death number 3. Order! Order! Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. My lord. Got such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. I mean, he's not wrong about that. I mean, they just kind of like, they're very wishy-washy. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Ooh, stripping time, baby! Let's go! So he strips whenever he's ready to fight dirty. I see. I see. Interesting information. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord! Now he's doing the pointing the other way with the back. Turn off his back like the slut he is. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. And didn't you say we'll call them if they're necessary? Well, bro, they're necessary. Look at me. I think a lot of people strip when they want to get dirty. I mean, fair point, fair point. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Is he the guy on the, court? Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sosuke-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle's over. And I just now feel like my voice is starting to warm up a bit. Hey. They look like rag dolls. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Bro is stimming, chewing on that thing. Constable Rowley Beach, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. Yes, that is the guy on the report. He is like a little marionette, a little puppet.
And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife.
He's munching that thing. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been that.
You know what? Are they like a pathetic man and super cool girl kind of couple, like Ron and Desi Delight? Because if so...
In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beach is the most demanding work in the world. Really, even more so than like working in like a factory and whatnot. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. They're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. But the London Bobby is a man of honor.
Aw, he looks like he's a Koji.
And a man of slumber. The day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction.
Big news. Ooh, let's hear it.
And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it Rolly?
Constable Royally Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
Ooh, your new Villette's doing nice.
I don't know what his scaling is like and how exactly it works, but that sounds good. What a great witness he's gonna be.
He's just a little
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
I'm playing for 3 years and oh no! Hey, it's all fine. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene.
And I'm sure that that's going to be treated as with equal weight as other testimonies, regardless of his occupation.
If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you'd established in the summation examination will be quashed.
Or if a casual player that wants to play with a habit fighting for... You know what, that's fair. I feel that. It can be draining playing for long hours and trying to get the best builds. Especially since artifact drop rates are dog shit. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate benching? I don't know that word. And on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Vikings history, welcome. How are you doing? How's it going? Being here.
Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. Okay, who do you think you are, Von Karma, being like, oh, this trial's gonna be over in 3 minutes. Nah. I will drag it out of spite for that, Van Zeeks. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was, without a doubt, the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Cross-examination, please. I still think the positioning of the books in this is kind of odd. Because if as he claims, if he saw her up ahead, then saw her collapse and then ran the other way, how would one of his books end up on the other side of her? And what are the titles? Here we go, getting excited for Friday night. An engagement dinner for a close friend. Oh my god, that's so exciting! I hope it goes well. Good luck with that. That's great. Alright. Yeah, do we have a... Can we see the titles of these books? Do they match up with what... Or with what's on the receipt? Alrighty. Anniversary. No time to change after work.
Hold it!
What work do you do? No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women can't have jobs in this day and age, you silly. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Yeah, we did just invent women. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you? Oh my god, Renoxie is a feminist! Let's go!
I think Roy looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Oh. Can you not do that in the courtroom? Well, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. Was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform.
Can you not do this in here? Can you not do this in a courtroom? Is this some kind of kink thing between the choking and then this? Gonna be far more Japanese with a few bits of some modern wizardry. Ooh, that sounds exciting. I hope it goes well.
Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Okay. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you'd finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir, yes.
Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. Metropolitan Police Warrant Card. My warrant card, sir, proof that I'm a London copper. Has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Terrible, but it might be trouble keeping everyone out of the kitchen. Oh yeah, are there gonna be a lot of people there? Because yeah, that can be kind of stressful to manage. And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. I know that plodding in my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. So, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. Oh my god. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Don't do this in the courtroom, please. What the fuck? Is this allowed?
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to be...
Did you... It's still too soon to, like, see... It's still too soon for Ryunosuke. He's still grieving. 10 people are gonna be there. No backseat cooking. That's a good rule to have. Yeah. Man. Do you think this is hurting Ryunosuke inside because Kazuma, he still misses his boyfriend? We felt a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Oh yeah, Ron and Desi are later way cooler than them. Yes.
Well, good luck. I hope it goes well. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog in the pavement.
Sorry, I had to click back into the game window.
Hold it!
2 silhouettes. That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see.
I hiccuped there.
There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Oh yes, that's right, of course. There's a light fog on the ground. The Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there's a street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrian. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a cop who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. Sure. My love for Patricia is true. Oh my god. Don't do this in front of Ryunosuke. Still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. Starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? Led the scene all too convincingly. Thank you, I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident. What happens in the crucial moments that followed? One of them just collapsed and the other scattered something before running. Was it the books? Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Well, yes, that's right. It was some old books. See, old books. Yes, sir. Culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
Rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Okay, fuck you. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him, it was the man in the dog, without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything! Any more insults you want to throw in? Yeah, fuck you.
That's right, he looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. It seems as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife? Yes, because being a policeman automatically makes you more trustworthy. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir!
EP time. And for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Well, why didn't he back? If he, yeah, was it your husband who went to? Yeah, I mean, maybe he was off duty, but still, why didn't he deal with it?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. Mr. Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
Stop! Don't say that in front of Ryunosuke! That was them in the first trial! And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Do you think she made those scarves? Or do you think... No, he probably was too eager to make the scarves. That's all what Patricia said. Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't be able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog? Famous for it across the globe, I believe. I need to stop doing the piano riff at the fog. I need to stop being a stereotypical Persona 4 player and making piano noises, anytime fog is met. It's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth. Same phrasing. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sosuke-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, isn't it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Say they saw. Mr. Natsume running from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
Members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh boy.
If
Stop! Stop, stop, stop.
Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of that day is accurate.
Oh, right.
But simply, must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. Note, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Okay.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Well, out with it.
No, it's really not. It's not that deep, ma'am.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped?
Oh, we're gonna get the titles? Yep, there we go. The titles, sure. They're not gonna match the receipt.
Have you dared to question how reliable my testimony is?
Sure, if you can name those books, name them. And we'll put out that receipt and say,
it won't do at all.
You're incriminating, or you're making it worse for yourself by saying like, oh, I can remember all this, blah, 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 but we have things to contradict it.
Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you'd like the opportunities to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Alright, what are the names of the books? 4 books. Wait, where's the... Okay, 4 books. Ma'am, you must have the memory of a goldfish because... Do you see 4 fucking books in this picture?
Objection!
So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them.
Can you name them?
The picture of Monsieur Somebody, was it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. I think those were close to the titles, so the ones I need to get, but that's not important. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply put, that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. Oh, got him. Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. Look at this photograph. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But no, that can't be! I saw them! Oh, I know what it is! Yes, you can't fool me!
Sorry.
It's that big old lump of a dead body! The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. Touching the thing. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but the receipt as well. He only bought 3 books that day. Sorry, I'm sorry, but Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described.
Why not?
Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Yes, I can. Evidence. I got it. You will present evidence to substantiate it.
Take that!
I only bought 3 books that day. The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, the 3 books are listed.
No!
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon.
Rawr!
So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No!
Objection!
Bro, you're doing this face now. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Yeah, you picked out a tiny detail rather than the main. So you strive to avert attention from that dint by some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? I mean, that kinda is. Yeah. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple, let me explain with a toast. The policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony, in every respect. Are they gonna claim that he brought a book he already owned or something? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. Was the 4th? What about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You have another one? Bro! Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride. Okay, but she's holding it. Why would she be holding a book that he owned and dropped? Why would she be holding on to that? And if she picked it up while scrambling about on the... Yeah, that's not... Well, yeah, if she picked it up while he was scrambling about or whatever, I'm pretty sure that if she had just been stabbed, picking up books on the ground wouldn't be her utmost priority. So yeah, there are 4 books, but she's holding one. The Lion's Pride. Wait a minute. That's the book that, isn't that the book that, what's his name, lost in the fire? People. What's his name? Yeah. John Garadeb. That was his, right? That's the was that the book that he was missing? As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Oh. No! 4-3 Inosuke death. Oh my god, I just realized their scarves are connected. Oda! Oda!
There, you see? Look at that! Look, look, look!
Yes, because we were not given all the evidence.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. A picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
Picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gaboriau, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rowley? That gentleman paid me a compliment.
Sir, flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless, sir. Rose sounds like he's like robotically trained or something. There are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. Well, the victim was holding a book. What if that was Mary going to deliver a new copy of The Lion's Pride to Mr. Garadeb? That's my crackpot theory. But, you know, crackpot theories can be true in these kinds of games. There's nothing surprising about that. And I'm wondering how the Garadeb household incident is gonna tie into this. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book?
I wonder what became of that 4th book.
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating wait, hold... Weird new theory. Weird new crackpot theory. This olive green, this is Mr. Garadeb's real wife. This is my new crackpot theory. This is his real wife, because when we looked at the picture in his room, the face was crushed. The face on the photograph was like all broken and covered by crushed glass, and we couldn't see her face. We just assumed it was her based on her build and the ring on her finger. So this could very well be an imposter among us. What if this is Mary even? What if this is Mary claiming to be Joan? What if Joan Garadeb is the real victim? The real Joan Garadeb is the victim. And someone somehow was like covered up. Either, I don't know who would have done it if has like the knee injury and can't get up. Or like, maybe even the imposter herself did it. That's my new theory. That's my new theory. Huh. That's what I'm thinking. And she had a book that, was important to Mr. Garadeb. Maybe buying him a new copy of it or something? I don't know.
Let's see.
Obviously it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Okay. Specifically shows the victim's hand. The Lion's Pride. Alright, let's investigate those. Yeah, the Lion's Pride held in her left hand. Oh, it's burnt! It's burnt! This is totally his wife. This is totally his wife. And I'm thinking maybe the imposter wife did it. It's burnt. It burnt in the fire in his room. That was the one that she took out or something. Or this was the one that was burned in the fire, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt!
You're right. You'd never be able to read it at this state. Especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste! Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Kinda sus! Kinda sus! She's the real Joan Garadeb!
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I'd heard. Alright, yeah. You know that title, buddy boy. You know that title.
It's a title I recognize too.
Oh yeah, you know it. You know it, baby. I think the real Joan Garadeb is our victim here. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. This is a crime of passion. Either Garadeb or the imposter did it. Hi, Ash! I'm theorizing. I'm here. Hi, how are you doing? I think our victim is the real Joan Garadeb. That's my theory. It was a crime of passion or something. Or not necessarily, but somebody wanted her gone. Whether it be like, wait a goddamn minute. What if what if this is Mary? What if the imposter is Mary? The girl that had like the letter. Even if it wasn't directly addressed to him, even if it said James and not John. See, I'm cooking here. Yeah, we're thinking. This is my crackpot that may not quite be a crackpot theory, since we see the book that she's holding is burned. That's my theory. That's what I'm thinking. So I think she might be the real perpetrator and he an accomplice, or vice versa, or whatever. But you know what, if she's a strong lady, she could have yeeted that knife from a distance and ran off. Yeah. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking. That's just what I'm thinking. Okay? Interesting. That's what I'm thinking. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. You know, I walked right into this, didn't I?
See, everything you said is true.
This is, yeah, we're in the middle of this unfortunate display of heterosexuality, right in front of our grieving gateway.
Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat, marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? They're so silly. Patricia Rowley. See, they kind of like... At first, they kind of reminded me of Ron and Desi, with like the pathetic guy and like the girl that's just like... You know? Who just like... fawns over him anyway. But Ron and Desi... Yeah. Ron and you can't outdo the doers, Ron and Desi. But still, they kind of remind me of them, and just in terms of, I don't know. Or is a decision you have to make all too apparent already?
I think the murderer is on the jury.
You've heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think. Brain blast! Alright. We're objecting.
Objection.
I'm not done yet! No, my learned friend, it's over. It's not Jover, though, so we can continue. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Get his ass! Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lot. Whoa! Bro, stop! For a lowly judicial assistant to have the authority to intervene at a moment like this. Aw, someone has no friends and no one that wants to be around him. How sad. Hey, it's okay. No, I think you should speak up more, Susato. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Yes, he's a feminist. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, yeah, then everybody needs to practice it. I don't see a lot of tolerance happening in the courtroom right now, buddy. Let's go. The court will heal you. Yes. A Japanese woman speaking in a British courtroom. Let's go. Go ahead, Mrs. Sato, please. You know, Skye respects women because he used to be one. Yes. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
Yeah, Susato isn't letting us roll with any kind of, like, rigged trials like this. You believe this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mm-hmm.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for.
Hmm?
The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment.
I'm making transgender headcanons that you can't even think of. Yes, let's hear it. Let's go for it. Mm-hmm. I'm all here for it.
And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. Oh my god, that was actually like a full slam rather than the little baby, like, tap noise. It was a full fist slam, a full table slam. I love it as table slams are growing stronger. Oh, he looks furious. Very well. Defense may present one further piece of evidence. That was a full fist slam. Okay, don't take that out of context.
Rawr.
Rawr. Your Honor. Rawr.
Take that!
I never
Yeah, but
knew I
it's
had such heat inside. Don't make me say stuff like that. Don't go. I like you.
I miss Kazuma. I miss him. Ryunosuke being like, I miss my boyfriend Susato. I miss him a lot. I'll be back. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Not yet, baby, we're about to do that. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Bullshit, baby. Don't let him get to you. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. It is! It does! The fucking burning! Okay. I identified this clue at once. Yes, I got you. I got you, Santa Claus. My lord, actually, I'm Santa. Oh my god, if the judge comes out and says, actually, I'm Santa. God. I'm debating what I want to play next. Maybe Zero Time Dilemma? Or maybe Yakuza Kiwami? I don't know.
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you may be right. And I may be crazy. Whoop! Whoop!
Got it!
court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Billy Joel in the chat, yeah! Get a little harmonica. Unnatural? Were I to concede the point that there is no relation to this case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? The identity of the victim! There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. If it's waiting any longer than counsel, explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. My lord, written on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers. Precisely. Or more so her husband. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. They're gonna heat their verdicts at me instead of into the scales now? Also, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer is that book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken. You're not Mrs. Garadeb. I mean, I think this is the truth, somehow. I mean, that's my crackpot theory, but I know they keep this in private. They hide that. They were trying to hide that fact. But things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Him pushing up the badge hurts my feelings a little bit. It's like, Cosimo, give me strength! Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book at Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
Get Mr. Herlock in here, baby. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. There it was, happened in the blink of an eye, you know. Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. On for the fire to spread, of course, the belly fan started going up as well. So it is I lost my book called The Lion's Pride. Every time I see a new sprite of this man, so fair. I think this is the most unhinged we've seen him. He's starting to lose it. I've been waiting for this. Yeah. I've been waiting for this man to snap. I cannot wait to see this. Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is what? This is risible. I don't know that word. All I have been told this court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. And I think the thing that's going on here is more of a kink thing than anything else with the choking. Had all my favorite novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoops, whoosh, 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 whoop, whoop, there. Then the wife started hurling things at me. I back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Oh, did it like crash through the window? Oh. Man had his back up against the window and he had a burning oh, did they crash through the window then? Oh, you're suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
Was the window cracked? No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted that very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open, was it? Not even remotely! Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Yeah, did anybody... did the witnesses not see smoke coming from the window if there was a fire? Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife? What if that... the wife... what if the wife... I believe it's a possibility. I don't know, the fact that we hadn't seen her face in the picture because it was like shattered is what kind of like makes me think that the victim is the wife. I don't know. And this is an imposter! That's quite enough. Is that juror number 4 speaking? It is! Well, I hope that everyone can see what you are, you little foreign trickster. Call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward! A mean coward! Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake, how could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. Our family? Our family? Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Oh, hey, don't bring him into this. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. It's alright. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the person who could possibly have stabbed the victim, that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. No! It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? I think you might have done it. I don't know. Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? No! Well, no. It would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. No. What's your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the 4th book still hasn't... There he goes! Man, there is a whore in the courtroom. There's some whores in this courthouse, baby. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. When is he gonna do a full split on the desk there? I need that to happen next. No, forgive the discourtesy. Yeah, he's going full bitch mode, and I love it. I love when men are unabashedly. It's great. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
No!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Stop!
Guilty.
Can I do another summation examination? Or is that only allowed once per trial? There's an unused sprite where he sits on the I need to see it. I need to see it. There's no way that's the end. Thank you for... No, that's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Kazuma from beyond the grave. Kazuma with the ghost milfies. Ryunosuke, it's me. Believe in yourself. I need a version of that meme with Kazuma now. You know, like the giant ghost boobs meme with the curtain. That's the Phoenix, it's me. Believe in yourself. I need a Kazuma version of that because Kazuma had some boobage too. Mr. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. Yeah. We could just do this endlessly. Anytime they're like guilty, you'll be like, nuh-uh, let's do this first. You gotta check your work. My lord? The defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. He's just so fed up with this. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. Check my DMs. Thank you. I need to see this. Very important. Whore! Whore! Slut! Hussy! Ah! Who let him do that in the courtroom? Who lets him do that? I am perfectly normal. I am perfectly normal about this. I am perfectly normal. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Be continued. Incredibly so. I'm so normal about that man. And his very flamboyant court mannerisms. He's even more of a theater kid than Edgy. But you know, I feel like it is a rule that all prosecutors in the Ace Attorney universe have to have a minor in theater, because they're all dramatic as hell in the courtroom and they got a special shtick, and I'm here for it. Consider the defense's counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury. I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial rights to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Fullman. It's so funny because Phoenix. Oh yeah, wait, was he theater or art? I thought it was like art as in like painting kind of art, but he was a theater. Phoenix was a fucking theater kid. My day just got 100 times better. And I love Phoenix 100 times more. They say ARP, but it was confirmed to be I'm dead. I'm deceased. I'm deceased. Okay. But like liberal arts, A. Theater's included in that. Or we just say it was like a general theater arts degree, or do you get like a BFA in like acting or even musical theater? What roles do you think he would have like bodied? I gotta think on this. Like, what roles could I conceivably see him playing in like shows and stuff? Obviously, he has to play Elle Woods in the Legally Blonde musical. Obviously, like that role is literally made for him. What else? What else could he be? I gotta think on that. Elle Woods. Yeah, Elle Woods! Literally! Literally! Anyways, let's do this summation examination. Yes, Toya joke!
I'm sorry.
In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. I'm gonna keep this in mind. Tomorrow night, I'm going to see Moulin Rouge, the musical, and I'm gonna keep in mind, I think every time I see a show from now on, what role would Phoenix Wright play? I'll have to think about what he would play in that show. I haven't seen the movie, but I am going to see the musical tomorrow, and I'm excited. So I'll have to see what role Phoenix would play in. Accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. I might reconsider. Phoenix is Christian? Is it in Moulin Rouge? I'll have to keep that in mind tomorrow. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Are you saying that? Direct hit? Are you saying she was bonked in the head with the book? And that's what knocked her out? Is that what you're suggesting? Ma'am, male lead of Moulin Rouge. I will think about that tomorrow, for sure. Hardly life-threatening. Are you saying you saw her get bonked with the book? Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Oh my god. This jury is absolutely batshit. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused fleeing from the crime. And moreover... Did they not have fingerprinting technologies at this point? Because, like, could they find, like... Couldn't they fingerprint the knife? I guess that would be the easy solution, but I guess that kind of technology didn't exist yet. It didn't? Okay. That makes sense. No one else is even at the scene to commit the crime. The book knocked her out, and then somebody walked by later and did the little stabby stab. Still being developed. Okay. What year exactly does this take place? It's like early 1900s, right? Is there a specific year? Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. It exists in Germany, but it's still being introduced to the rest of the world at this point. Ah, cool.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation? Isn't it obvious who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. 1898 to 1899. Ah, okay, cool.
Nice.
Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. Maid lady yeeted the book, knocked her out. She pretty much said as much in her statement there.
Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this
Billy will read where the trial ends. Words. Alright, that's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. Alrighty, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Box your ears for yourself, or slap your cheeks. Slap your upper cheeks. Specify that. It's important. They don't say the year ever, but they discuss the turn of the century and people were able to figure out the year based on context clues. That's cool. Nice. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Mrs. I don't know. Is that really... Was this other lady just like an unfortunate bystander, I guess? Maybe is she really the wife? If the window is open, is she really... Maybe she really is the wife? And the lady was knocked out by the book, and then somebody else came by after Soseki saw her fall, got scared and ran away, but like the book is what knocked her out, or like maybe she like picked up the book then, or like the book knocked her out first. Then she picked up the book to like maybe look at like what hit her in the head, and then the real perpetrator came by and stabbed her in the back. Huh.
We have a book that disappeared from the Gyarados house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. That's what we have to find. Every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Gyarados and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. Find evidence at the scene. 3 books. I want to try pressing hers to start. I'll probably have to go back and press Bruce as well. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face! But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great. He's a feminist.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So, despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
Oh my god, she's getting too excited about this. Alrighty. Will not disappoint her. Yeah, she's not rational though. Alrighty,
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window is open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
Oopsies. How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, did he not? Winters in London are no joke. I want to invite that sort of cold indoors. Oh, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see?
You couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? Could nobody see smoke coming out? Like the witnesses and everything?
Just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
And what's the point in even having windows? Huh? Windows are for opening! Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. This is Ace Attorney. Childish bickering is part of the game. Need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window is open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. I'm gonna go back and press the first guy, actually. Or, wait, no, I'll press her now.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument may have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrideb. Never you mind that. Oh, is she not denying that she's Mrs. Garrideb now? She's not denying that? The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. It doesn't seem to be turning a hair. That's the guy that we talked to at what a gentle soul. That's kind of sad. That's the guy that was bickering with the Shakespeare guy, right? When does the Shakespeare guy come back? Like,
Hold it!
I just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, I'm in mine both then, like I said before. Tee-hee, tee-hee. Well, you're ready. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? Don't bring home some readies with me tonight. You'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? Heard me? This isn't one to mess around, you know. My fears, believe you me. The slapping. Man. Marital bliss. You all need to take notes from Rolly and Patricia, for real. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? Too frightening, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss.
No, I think they're too loving.
Fire and sneezing. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. That's always gonna hurt my feelings, him pushing up the... Kazuma, give me strength! Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday.
Had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. Put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh, was that... Aw. Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place was filled with smoke. Definitely smoke could be the reason the window was open, yeah. And I guess nobody saw it, but I don't know. Strength! And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how do you catch a cold from a fire? He opened the window. The fiasco that was, the grandchildren, bless them, water over me as I tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. What's the topic? Devil worship? Is that a reference to something that I don't know? Biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. Get that birthday in a hurry. Good for you for surviving a cold in this time period and at your age. You got an immune system of steel. Alright. I didn't press the first guy, but... Huh. Should I go back up? Well, first I'm gonna contradict the window guy 3 and 6 for like the window being open. And I didn't press number 1 yet. Alrighty. Let's do it. I'll press, you know what? I'm gonna look through some other alternative explanation from the window. Well, I'll start by pitting these two. I'll just get this one out of the way. These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel?
It pointed to me again. It told you it wasn't me.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up. Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, because it was an emergency. Obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open. Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb household. And Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, what about them?
Excuse me.
Why you drinking tea like that? Or number 4, do you have something to say about that? She's chugging that tea. She's turning tea into pee real quick. The walk, yes, that little strut as he's like pacing like that. He's owning the stand. Mrs. Garrideb? Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? Oh, I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Oh, your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. Simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement.
The window was open. It's definitely true. Did she throw a knife out the window? Did she throw knives at him? Well, I'm gonna press this guy. We didn't hear anything. Might not get anything from, but I just want to see. As you know now, there are 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it. Which only leaves the Nipponiese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. Alright, nothing came from that, but... alternative to how the victim was stabbed, might reconsider. Window could have been open. Okay, so now she says it's definitely. So... we're gonna pit these two.
Objection.
Huh? Is that not it?
Hold it.
Oh. I guess I don't want to do that one again. I guess, well, he said there's a possibility the window's open, and she said it's definitely open, but oh well. I guess doing the same thing might not work, yeah. There's nothing whimsical about that. Yeah. Alright. Window was open. Oh, I should probably press that, actually. Maybe press this guy again, the juror number 5. 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he'd been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband a copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. Was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well you know. Whatever, like a knife, by chance? I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the...
Excuse me.
He remembers seeing that title, or that book getting yeeted out of the book, the window, doesn't he? You know something. I remembered what it was that memory had blocked out. Ah. I was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or the maid, I'll have you know. Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time. That's really sad. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after the work, put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. Lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me it did. About an inch deep. There's our other explanation. Throwing knives. That's gonna be what we pit against juror number 2. That's terrible. That's terrible. It smelled then, you know. Stench of the Thames. Can you get a divorce? But I guess divorce kind of wasn't really... It had like a lot of big social stigma at the time, I suppose, or wasn't really viable. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. Use their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Yeah, he's a feminist. He knows better. Yeah. Yeah.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
Yeah. And like Kazuma with his katana. Who are you gonna attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant.
Come back to the bow and arrow later. Alright, this is a new statement.
Objection.
The knife was yeeted! See? The knife was yeeted from a distance! That wasn't one of my original crackpot theories. You mean they don't contradict each other? Oh wait, do you say these two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection? Or number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? There's his strut. We've demonstrated that the 4th book, Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the— oh my god, is this another accidental manslaughter kind of thing? Would have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. Yeah, the knife just properly arced at just the right angle and to hit her in the back. Eh? What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown away any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Is it little beanful a bit of an oxymoron? Did I say beanbowl? Beanpole. Yeah. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. So maybe she really— there isn't an imposter kind of thing. She's not an imposter, but it's involuntary manslaughter again. You listen here, you Eastern Gala, as the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight— I can't give you a straight answer. Ryunosuke can't give you anything straight. Give us this yarn about some other object making its way to the house, but what? What is it?
A knife!
Really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to me, but I haven't had any real evidence to back it up. I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way was—
a knife!
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? What? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp! You saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her— Well, I'm sure if somebody saw like a charred book laying in front of you, you might be like, huh, what the hell is this? And pick it up. Huh? Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. You must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ah! Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? And also the tip was dull. So, that was odd. Oh, wow! Man, somebody else died in court today. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. Certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! I have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, but... Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. But he's not doing it. We did it.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo!
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Yeah.
Let's go!
We're getting our first trial suspension? Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Is he gonna yeet the wine glass or crush it in his hand? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Oh, he's actually gonna chug it. Or sip it. Because he's too refined to chug it. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. There is the yeeting. What follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let's see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? That's a little farther than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. Or is there an imposter kind of thing going on here? I don't know. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards, and on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? He said it's delulu hours for you. And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable. Don't you dare insult Herlock Sholmes! Fifth Ryunosuke death. I feel like Sasato's taken personal offense to that, too. There's nothing I can say to that.
The prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Yeah, you do not insult Herlock Sholmes in front of her. Divorce moment!
Serialized detective stories are.
Yes! Oh my god! Yeah, she's. Man. She has never been so personally offended by that. Like, man, that is the most vile thing she's heard him say yet.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
Because we got Mr. Herlock here. As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrett, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
How does he do that? Just the little 2 fingers. Yeet! And unnecessary. That's a crime, wasting such good wine like that. Lord Van Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. Why don't you want that? If you have nothing to lose, then like, what trouble would you have with putting her on the stand, huh? If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? I mean, he was EP, so... Yes, sir. Constable Royal BT reporting for duty, sir. Well... Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request
Oh,
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. Righty. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Calder. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. See, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Gowardep house are topped hinge casements. That wasn't the top floor, though. Didn't they say they have somebody living above them, and then, like, the basement area, too, is where, that's, like, where the Soseki is?
obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help. My trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on for that front, sir. Basement and first floor. They are on the top floor. I see. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but... What exactly has a top-hinged basement window. And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's room.
Alright, I'll try. Oh yeah, they like swing out and push out. So like to yeet something out the window would be kind of hard because it would like bang against the window.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Yeah. The book would bang against that, yeah. But how did it get down there? Is my crackpot theory actually coming true? I don't know!
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. See the problem then. Good, your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. The defenestration theory is debunked. That is, as the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. Can't. 6-3 Inosuke death!
Did you see that, Rowley? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rowley, you're so strong.
Oh my god. What is this case of Schadenfreude? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good. Another desperate situation. You can do this. You can do this. Nothing to do with them. The windows are top-hinged casement.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir! Just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is a location where objects would have fallen. The fence was kind of like banged up there. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. And so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before. Kazuma, give me strength! Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. See, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Ma'am? You have something to add, Mrs. Beach?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course. I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. Oh, you're just so lucky it didn't happen on Rowley's beat. It was so close, you see.
Yeah, I hadn't realized.
Oh, yes. That street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rowley's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
There's the proper desk slam. Constable Beat. Oh yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garredeb household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, so... I was really cutting it close then, so he just takes that side of the street.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something.
So if stuff fell out of the window, he would be on the side to, like, be hit by it or, like, see it, right?
If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Gowdup's house? Yes, ma'am. Payment on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Think, if the woman had been attacked on just the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Just outside of his beach.
I know it's my turn, I think.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, looking at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can I guide you to answer the question? A flaming book could cut across the sky in front of us. It lit up like a shooting star.
If I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course, but with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. George, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Sir, that is correct, sir. It shows a night sky is London is starless, sir. Alright.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Anyways, fetch help. There to make sure nothing was disturbed. But that's not on his beat. I don't know if that's relevant. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Something... just outside of his beat. So, I don't know.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Match that on the odds on, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. A burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light onto that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Ah, could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well? No. That seems unlikely. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived on the scene. Is that so? So is she carrying it... So is she carrying it before she fell? Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
So sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know where...
No, you did.
I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garrett without...
Hey, no, it's fine.
even if the judge did deny me.
Hey, it's fine. I agree with you. You need the testimony from Mrs. Garradeb. We're ever going to get the truth of this matter.
Really think so?
Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens. Mr. Garradeb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? And there was Mrs. Garrett reaction to me showing her the knife? A woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
I need to use the cross-examination to uncover more clues. Get to the bottom of this one way or another. What if Mrs. Garrett's the maid's name is? What if she like swapped possessions or somehow with the victim? The victim is going back to my crackpot theory of the Joan Garrett being the actual victim. Is Olive Green the maid's name then?
Hold it!
I'll just press all the remaining statements. How can you say that for certain? I have a question, sir, and the answer is this. Those are noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder as well as policemen of a sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? Can't say I remember. All the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. What the job's all about. That's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you what Bubby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
What's I am, my darling Patricia? Get this heterosexuality out of my courtroom. Oh, none of this is what I meant. I meant how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? I see, sir. Said so earlier, sir. Awesome, give me strength. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? Absolutely, sir. I'll answer to the fullest of my abilities, sir. Surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to the case. Before I get into that, sir, it's one thing. Yes? I'd much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. I hope to take back some tales of London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. Can we get these guiding principles in the court record? I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. On that end, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. Just warn you, you won't be able to get through without shedding a few tears. Alrighty. Thank you, I'll try. Alright. Conduct to which they must adhere. Alright.
Oh, can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
Oh, this again. I mean, what's she doing? She's doing this same act again?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony and...
Yeah, obviously, he doesn't believe, obviously, he knows that. He's a feminist.
You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. Also, I want to check the, this roll. Will strive, to preserve peace within his allotted beat. Going officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they were discovered. If a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the investigation. Can we delegitimize this investigation or something? Because this was not on his beat. Jurisdiction of the beat in which they occurred.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Times the path of least resistance is the sage one. Was a very loud mutter.
I heard that.
Yeah, you speak under your breath all the time, and everyone hears it.
That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but mine Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be say, I wonder?
Sense of direction's a little off sometimes. Huh.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved bags, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. Asima give me strength. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up the wrong place when I made arrangements to meet Rolly.
What's up, buddy? Constable Beat, your problem. He was going me. No, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, it's in a way, sir. Yes, I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening is all. I'm Eepy. I'm Eepy myself now. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? I see, I sent her off to find a police box and the next beat over for mine. Gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15.
Oh, Rowley, you're such a tease. But the reason it was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
Bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rowley's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Artie, my darling.
Yes. That was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You'll have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What's that about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruto. But I'm quite sure of one thing. I have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat? This bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
He's also fed up with the heterosexuality. You dropped it and ended up losing your way. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so upset. When we ran over and saw that it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rowley gave me. Oh, it was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beach, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right. Silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how I got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I've got to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, you perhaps mean this sorry solitary— Oh my god, dude! So rude!
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with all the bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Hello, Sword Van Zeeks. Where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadev household. Out of the Garadev's house, although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
Oh, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
Where she stood, so she was on the other side of the road. She was across the street. Huh.
But it's a symbol of our love.
Where she stood, so it would have been on the other side of the road. Huh. So were they not standing together?
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
This is a rose, isn't it? I've never seen one before.
You're not taking interest in flowers, Mr.
It runs in the family. I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Oh my god, he knows more than Phoenix! Oh my god! Gosh, 3? Plum Blossom, Peach Blossom, and Cherry Blossom. That's more than Phoenix. What is it? Phoenix only knows like daffodil. It runs in the family. It does. What do you say? Like daisies and tulips are the only flowers that Phoenix knows.
Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example.
You never got a chance to give one to Kazuma. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Oh, I see.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Phoenix only knowing 3 types of flowers is funny because he
None
dated
of these people know that I was an undesirable child.
Yeah, Dahlia and Iris, and those are neither of the 2 flower types he knows! Or 3 types that he knows. Oh my god. Hi, Vice. How are you doing? How are you doing? We are kind of... braining is happening. How are you? Nothing else of note here. Sorry for the catchy jump scare. It does help. I'm always happy for a catchy jump scare. I always welcome a catchy jump scare. It's the same. So she dropped it where she was standing. So they were... So they weren't necessarily walking on... So they were... Assuming they were they together? Yeah. So they would have been on this side of the road. And the crime was over here. And didn't they originally say they were walking the opposite direction and, like, saw it? I mean, I guess if they were going, like, walking, the other lady and Sosuke were walking this way, and they were walking this way. But that's not exactly, like, oh. Got 3 times more! Nice, nice! Haha!
I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back!
Good grief! Rest assured, I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Didn't take your eyes off the crime scene at all. Got your bouquet and lost your way. Did I press this one yet? I don't know if I did.
Hold it!
Yes, you said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. Had I been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beach.
So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Why did I turn him into a robot? His voice just turned into a robot. I've neglected chrysanthemums and tulips, so I so seldom see them. Aha! Yeah, Ryunosuke is also done with this wanton display of heterosexuality. We've gone for about 15 minutes. Yeah, he was at the scene the whole time. Da 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 ba da ba ba. Off duty. It wasn't on his beat.
Hold it!
I don't know, I'm a little stumped. Nothing to report. Is this the same? Nothing was removed. Yeah, that was originally there. Yeah. This is all the same, right? was in her hand from the moment they arrived at the scene. What does that have to do with her, like, dropping the, The idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. Then I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here. Fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime. I'm sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. Huh? And so she would have been holding it the whole time then. We have the rose. Maybe the Kate's file? Nothing to report on. You reported this yourself, my dude. But it was also outside your beat, so. But oh yeah, yeah. Nothing changed. Report on nothing changed. No. A little bit stumped. This is not gonna be it.
Objection!
Yeah. Yeah, no. I didn't think. Don't you, like, sleep a lot, though?
Hold it!
This is gonna be the same, right? Nothing to report. Nothing was. So this is all this is what it all looked like. That's all the same. Huh. Book was in her hand from the moment we arrived at this. Would it just be the fact that she had the book? Yeah, sure, has nothing to do with them. Yeah, here's the windows.
Hold it!
Huh. It's the same, right? I'm a little stumped. Yeah, something to add, Mrs. Beach.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, is this is the same thing as before, yeah.
You really were so lucky.
Yeah, this is the same thing, right? Didn't happen on his beach. Yeah. The boundary between that and that, yeah. So the crime wasn't on his beach. He'll investigate it. Came in outside the house. Yeah. Came in. That's the same. I am kind of stumped. Yeah, you dropped your bouquet. See this again. We ran over and saw. I was shocked. I went to pick it up, it was on the other side. Yeah, it wasn't near... Yeah, heard of... Yeah, how... Okay. Road. One side of the street. Can't think how I got there. Huh. Alright, so she stood though, so this was on the side of the... Huh. So this was originally on the same... They were on the same side as the body. And then when she came back, she was on the opposite side, away from the body. Or, no. No, she went back. The rose was moved on the other side of the road. Rose somehow moved. You had to have taken... How had you seen how the rose moved, actually? No, I'll try the rose on this. You didn't take your eye off it, you would have seen how the rose moved, right?
Objection!
There we go. There we go. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so regarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beach, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so Oh my god, bro! No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs! Bro! Mika?
Objection!
My god! If that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. I intend to challenge his, Van Zeke's assertion. Mayhaps we do. Mayhaps we are challenging it. Haha. No, because Sally's not only your bouquet we're talking about. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round. Wrong way round. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beats' bouquet, there's Mr. Garridub's book. Mr. Garridub's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beats' bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, east side of the street, but in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garridub's house. No logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them.
Leah, hello! How are you doing? How's it going? How are you doing today? I'm a little eepy, but we're getting through this trial, yeah. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
And how am I doing? I'm doing pretty well.
Just holding off, waiting for Final Fantasy XIV maintenance to be over because that game is starting to take over my life. So that's what's going on. Mrs. Garridub's come round. Someone give me strength! You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garridub. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Oh shit. He's so broody, he is! Have you played this game, Leah? He's so broody and bitchy, and I love it! And he's very slutty, too. Is my crackpot theory true? Why would she be... I mean, if she was in there yeeting the books and everything, at the same time all this happened. Unless this all happened later. I watched a Let's Player started but didn't get this far. Ah, cool. Would it be her? Would she have time to like run down and like swap things out? Is this like is this actually, is my crackpot theory real? Like, I don't know. What? I'm just gonna go with her and we'll see what happens. We'll just see what happens.
Take that!
No, okay, not her. And to say internal monologue, I'll get there. I was just taking a moment to get things straight in my mind. You can't get things straight in your mind. And for that moment of wasted cold time. Oh my god, fuck you. Bro. Would it be Rolly? I mean, I guess it would be Rolly. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband!
I mean, yeah, with this wanton display of heterosexuality.
No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
He ran away. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
It's angry. First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. Your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there was only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense.
After no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusation is nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Was he covering up who he did it?
Have you managed to solve this mystery?
You made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If I'm mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. That stock warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. The rose being found near the crime scene, I'm guessing. Because he didn't want to implicate Patricia somehow. But why would he have done it? To hide? Where the bouquet fell, I'm guessing. Because he didn't want Patricia to be implicated somehow. I'm guessing that's what it had to do. Where the bouquet fell to the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs. And why exactly? Have you not seen what they've been doing in front of the court? The reason is that not it? Do have something to hide, my learned friend. It seems you're unwilling to share the reason with the court. Is that not it? Huh. Really? Oh wait, no! It was on his beat. It was on his beat. The victim fell on his beat and he like moved everything. I'm guessing. Because he didn't want to deal with it. Where the victim fell to the ground. That's what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement on Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right there, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Oh, my mic is falling! Ah! My mic is sometimes a little unsteady. Ah! This arm! I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. Ro needs to see a chiropractor, he really does. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? I'm gonna say on his beach, and outside here, and either he like didn't want to be responsible for it or whatever.
Take that!
I'm gonna go with this. But that's the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious! Someone moved the whole body? Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. These witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. Moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. Moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary! But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
Hey, I presume. Exactly.
Prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeke said it wasn't noticed until morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Uh-oh. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Royally Beat. Oh, is he gonna snap? Oh well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rowley! It isn't true, isn't it? Is it what the lawyer said is all lies, is it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything out. Everything exposed. Oh, got him.
Ooh, Angie. He's Angie.
Only it seems it wasn't a dream. Good golly! Oda! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Rowley, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Did he not want it to be on his beat? Did he just not want to deal with it? Was he over, because he's like so overworked and everything? The victim dead should be on too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. We're damaging the Yard's reputation for everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular eve, Constable Beat felt compelled to move. Yeah, it was his anniversary and he didn't want to deal with it. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You were a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. Yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Ooh, I need him to completely snap. I need it. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan. There's no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same. I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's action. I'm gonna say this.
Take that!
Oh, is that not it? Oh, okay. Okay. Ah, then it's gonna be the police book guidebook. Me too, yeah. He just didn't want to deal with it. That's a mood.
Take that!
There we go. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan. That's why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. The peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. Not that the young bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. So looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. He and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. He saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? It's just on one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. Wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. And this is the warrant card that Constable B offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, crime is discovered on his beat. A policeman must assist with initial investigation of detectives. Aha! But didn't he say he helped investigate anyway, but like the windows and stuff? He probably did that the day after. But still. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly. Summarize. The incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. Got to report to the station as quickly as possible. Banger line is the first time I ever cursed God. That actually goes kind of hard. Yeah! But then it dawned on me. From Rolly Beat, yeah! From this little Poindexter of a man! That kind of goes hard. I raced where we were, where the victim was lying, and what it meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. I hear. Why did this have to happen here? It's a night of all nights! Why? Man, a crime being committed against someone else is gonna be somebody unrelated. It's gonna be his villain origin story. It's a cop's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. It's the beat next to my Pat. So you'll have to get the police box that covers it. Then right along Meersham Street and then... I don't know what voice my voice is doing now. Oh boy! Aww. Oh, wait, he spat it out! I'm... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Well, I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner.
oh, Rolly.
It's that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, East Pavement Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. Man. You see, I thought, well, I'm sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Did you not feel for a pulse, my dude?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly! That was all my fault! I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
Oh God. Man. Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was, yes sir, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th, the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? All the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean? Oh, is my crackpot theory coming back? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir, no doubt about it, sir.
Interesting.
Is this the real Joan Garradev after all?
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Is he gonna lose his job for this?
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. He needs to go home, should me.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Ah? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it seemed to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. Never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Oh my god, he's not gonna demand your salary be cut? No more salary cutting noises. Aww. Man, he's nicer than Edgeworth in that regard. Actually, objection. I mean, we didn't have an updated autopsy report, but we still have the salary cutting noises.
Sir.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Never thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection.
Bruh. No, I disagree.
Nuh-uh, objection, nuh-uh.
Now we know that the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but
but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Fanzeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. Oh god, I literally have 1 health point. Is this where we bring in the maid?
Take that!
There we go! The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Oh dearie me!
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrett. John and Joan. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife? This one removed from the victim's back? Have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ooh! I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh, he's so full of shit. No mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife matter, let the truth come out. But that's just a common old garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I had injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. The poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove that to me that I threw the knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Benzie. I'm going to have to testify. Yes, indeed. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, this testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me! So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. Mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. such a strange feeling. The first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. You can do this, buddy! You can do it! And here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer! He's a lawyer! Let's go! My boy is a lawyer! He's making Kazuma proud. Alrighty. How much longer is this case? Because it is getting kind of late. I would like to wrap up stream. I mean, we just still do have this whole, like, cross-examination to get through, which I'm assuming it's gonna take some time. So I think this might be where we call it for tonight, and then we wrap up this trial. It seems like this trial is gonna be done after, like, in this one session here. But I'm thinking we'll finish this next stream and then start case number 5, the final case of the first game. So I think that might be where we pause it for tonight, because I am kind of tired. I'm hungies. Call me Charlie Puth, the way I'm hungies. Alrighty. So, yeah, that's where we'll pick it up on Wednesday. Not super long, there's at least one other okay. Yeah, I'll save it for next time, because it's gone kind of long, and I'm a bit eepy and hungry. We will finish this on Wednesday. Since I cannot stream tomorrow, since I'm going to see Moulin Rouge, the musical, the longest case, case 5 is super long. Ooh, we may not finish it next week then, or this week, because within 3 streams, then okay, that's fine. Yeah, we will continue this Wednesday. I will be watching Moulin Rouge with the idea of Phoenix Wright playing Christian, and that's a new way I'm gonna look at every show that I see from now on. Who would Phoenix be cast as? I think that's kind of a fun thing to do. But thank you all so much for being here. We got through a big chunk of this, and yeah. I gotta rub it up. Have a good time, so thanks for being here too. You too, rub it up. Yeah, we'll pick it up on Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, same time as today. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your time zone, and just got here for the end. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, we are wrapping things up, but we will pick this up on Wednesday.